Hello everybody, this is TechStack here. Hey, guess what? We've got formations working. I tracked down through the AI code off stream to figure out why I was having issues the other day. And if we could pull up an Enrod again, oops, Enrod, and place it down. If we were to make this our target, what was happening was the AI was pathing to this location, but its in path actually ended like there, right? For some reason, the path endpoint was never set to be the proper location. Hey, Tinkerbell. So to fix that, what I did in my code was basically used a different method to do that. Because I think what was happening was the original one I was using was built off of tracking an entity, which was constantly moving, so it would constantly have to adjust, right? So we've got these guys forming up in formations now. If I were to come back here and right-click, they might swap positions as to where they were within the formation, but the formation should still stand, and the extra guys should be back here, and all of them along those two lines, right? Because they are facing this direction. If I were to click that same block, which would have been, what, this block, but be facing in this direction, they'll rotate to face that direction. So it gives us some nice capabilities to be able to line these guys up along a front. There you go. And it's working, right? Now, what I don't know is if we were to spawn in another team, which we'll try right now. And of course, he happens to be on the same team as us. But the next one spawns in. He'll be green. And will they all go and attack him or not? Looks like the answer is no. Which is a bit of concern because their AI task is not completing, which is what I was afraid of. I knew that because if we were to push one out of the formation, he goes right back into his spot. Which is good and bad, right? We want them to be able to go back to the assigned location, but only if it should execute, right? If it should, if they don't have another task that's taking priority, basically, right? Right now, they're just going to get beat up on by these two green guys. So let's go ahead and kill these green guys here. We might kill a couple of the red ones, which is fine, and we'll show another aspect of this. So we got a couple of the red ones dead there. If I tell them to now go into this formation, they will adjust. They always take on the proper shape based on the number of guys in the formation. In fact, there we go. Looks like it's an even number or something. It's not quite right, is it? Let's face them this way, see if they do better that way. Oh, okay. So the front row has more, is what it is. We're missing a guy here. We're missing a guy here and there. And that's okay. If we were to kill, say, another 2, 3, 4, 5 of these guys, we would have a T shape again with one sticking in the back. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, one more. Okay, now let's get there. Come on, you can get through. Let's do it one more time. Let's move there. There we go. So they're nice and tidy lined up now. There's always going to be a little bit of pushing going on. I'm not sure how to handle that exactly. Yeah. We'll need to figure out what to do about them not wanting to attack the other enemies, right? There needs to be a way that this task cancels itself, and typically what that would be done is if we're within the distance that we're supposed to be at, but it's not quite working for some reason. So why don't we focus in on that? If we remove this breakpoint here and make sure the game's running, okay, it is. You'll see that, I'm sorry, we enable that breakpoint there. It never hits that line. Or does it? No, it's down here we want to go. So this is when it's not within range. Let's remove this one. And Eagle, hello, I don't know if I said. Old wolves attack at the same time. So I can use to code like that. Maybe. It's not that they're not a. It's that this task to move to that spot never stops is the problem. Once we get that stopping, see, it's never hitting this piece of code. It needs to. Once we get that stopping, then we'll be able to confirm that. Wait a minute. The creatures get target's distance squared. That's the distance. Creature's position, but what's within distance of what? Of the block itself, which the owned block, the owner control destination. Do we need to say up on that though? I don't think that we do. That could be the whole problem right there. Go to that, guys. You just still didn't hit it, huh? Because I believe when we're setting this path, let's do hierarchy on this. When we're setting this, we're already doing the up on it. So item use LBP, which is set from the up position. Yeah, so it's already at the air block above the block that they're standing on or whatever. So that's not an issue. But why is within distance not calculating to be greater than or whatever? Alright, should be greater than what? No, it's true false. If it's greater than the squared of the second parameter, which that second parameter is this get target distance right here. That's 0.5d, so 0.25 would be the square of that. So pretty small number. Let's set it to 1-ish and see what happens. Still not getting to it. Oh, wait. Aha, we did. Okay, now what does that do to us overall for our code, though? Having it set to 1. Now if we run it and tell these guys to move forward, they do nothing. They do nothing. The heck, guys? .5. I thought I had this working pretty good. Is it the up? Because they can't navigate to that. Come on, save. No. Maybe I don't have any of these guys selected. Nope, they're selected. Huh. Move anywhere, please. Running. Everything's running. Yeah. Discard changes. We just had this working a moment ago, I believe. Let's go to that file, close that file. Open it. They're still not working. The heck? Okay, let's quit and restart the game because they were working, I promise. You seen it? What else did I change? Nothing, because I committed this to GitHub so that we wouldn't have, like, if I screwed up doing stream, we would be able to just revert it all. I think restarting it'll do it. So we didn't change anything on the minion. We didn't change anything on the unit. It's gotta be that. Okay, they're not in red, that's fine. I know why that is. We'll figure that out later, it's not important. Boom. Okay, they move. Good. And they form a T shape like they're supposed to. Now, what the heck? Because these guys... Cool. Thank you, Philip. Let's see. So this is where we're checking the destination. Here, we're also checking here in our tick code. And that's whether or not we should move, actually. This is just checking if we should continue on running, basically. So this is the one we need to actually manipulate. And it is still using the 0.5. If we set this to 1, does it all of a sudden stop working? They walk. He jumps in a hole. Let's go to this one so we can get the right. Now they're lining up pretty good actually, aren't they? They're not centering on that spot though, because they can have enough extra fluff in their distance, right? So if I go back to 0.5, click the same block, they're not working. It's really weird. It's like this is getting cached somehow, but it shouldn't. It's not final or anything. So if we look at this, this is our original value, was 0.5. Come to this spot, please. You'll be facing that direction, so the front guy is going to be here and the back guy is going to be here. And you did an awful job of coming. Wow. They're all fighting for the same spot to go past the same spot. There we go. Now that's right. What did we change? Because this was working perfect before. Okay, now nothing's modified. Go to that block, please. Grab one more so they don't fight over the actual tail position or whatever you want to call it. Guys, what's up? That's not acceptable at all. Oh, we reverted the wrong piece. Oh, awesome. Okay. This is the old code. Crap. Does this keep my history? I must not have committed everything I thought I did. Oh, dang, it's not there. Okay, so what we need to do is this dot creature dot get navigator dot get path to block, or path to position, which takes our block position, which is ue dot owner. Oh, what? Ower. That's why I keep misspelling that everywhere. Can we please change that? Put the N in there? Yeah, continue. And terminate, because I know derp had it spelled wrong everywhere. Okay, and then this should be 0, I believe. Excuse me. And then this is a path. Path equals this, and we say path equals no. This dot creature dot get navigator dot set path. Path. Let me say 1. And this needs its import, which once Eclipse realizes my mouse is over there, do that. This should be correct then, without that. Okay, now we can go back into monkeying with the distance. Because this was the fix that made it all of a sudden start working, right? This try to move to stops before it actually gets to the spot, which is why they weren't lining up in their neat lines like they were a second ago. So we're gonna have to bounce this between getting them in nice tidy lines versus having them versus having them in be able to stop at some point, right? That's going to be the tricky spot part. Getting them close enough to good versus allowing their execution of this job to complete so that they can go attack things. We're also going to need to set up some type of activity where they guard a spot, right? So there's going to be different AI tasks they're going to have. This is the go-to spot, basically, or move to target location. Let's select 4 of these guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And click there. And they form our T. Click it again. They're going to swap spots. We're going to deal with them not with swapping spots later. Okay, they're in the right spot. They're there. Correct formation again. So they're not spot on their exact location. So let's lower this quite a bit. Do it again. And they're okay with being there. Okay. Now they're perfect, right? See, they look like they're just a tight military unit, right? It's a little sloppy, but it's okay. But they're never getting to the point where they're arriving, right? This arriving code's never getting called there, and it's never getting called here. What we could do is, once they're within the block coordinates of where they're trying to get to, set that. So let's put break point here. It should run as soon as we come back here and, yep, okay. So our UE is not null. We can step over that. Our destination is not null because we're still trying to get to it, even though they won't move any closer to it. And then we're doing this within distance check. And that's the piece that just skips over. So let's set a breakpoint on that specific line, because that is the one that's causing the problem. We're gonna go into this. Oh. Once we get all the prerequisites set up, we want to go within the within distance piece. Okay, so this is the piece we want. And that's going to call all the X, Y, and Z coordinate stuff. Okay. It is using the center point, okay. So if center, our delta is 0.5, or D0 is 0.5. So they're trying to get to the center of the block. Our current... Really? This die. What is this? That's a vector 3 class. So it's going to do the block positions, get X, Y, and Z. Plus that. Okay, so if that's the case, then we need to go... Yeah, A squared plus B squared plus C squared. Or X, Y, and Z squared. Let's get to the right line. Step over all of these and check what our values are. So D1 is 0.27, 0.15, and 0.3. Why is that 1.5? It's because it's the up part of it. So the get Y is returning what? Watch. 57. Block that we're looking at is 55. So it's up twice from where it should be. So that's definitely part of the problem. So we don't want this to say up here. The same would be true here. Okay. Let's keep running with this now. We've changed the code. Let's see if it works. Nope. Okay, so let's go into this one. And specifically into this one. Put breakpoint there. Okay, and our D1 is 0.29, 0.5, 0.1, 0.5. So that's the center of the vertical space in that situation then. Which we don't want. We don't care about the vertical space. We don't want him to be half a block up, right? We want him to be right on the ground in that situation. So this is not appropriate for what we're going for with our level of precision we're trying to have, which means we can't use this within distance calculation in this form like this. It's pretty straightforward math. In fact, I'm going to copy this out to a notepad just to look at it as a reference on another screen here. And we're going to go back and we're going to create our own flavor of this. Come on. Disable all breakpoints. Let's go to move to owner's position. Okay. So this needs to be changed completely. We need our own check, basically. So let's create a public boolean. Please make a gun mod. There's a good chance this mod will have guns in it, but they'll be used by the minions. And that's down the road. arrived, we'll call it. Let's do like I always do, so we'll do a Boolean result and we'll set it to false. By default, we're going to take this is a vector 3. It is just the x, y, and z coordinates of the guy, right? Yes, so we can use a vec3. 3D, I think it is, so position, int position, and then range, which will be a double as well. Okay, and save this so that it's that import. Terminate, what are you airing off about? Add return statement. Okay, return result, and we just modify what the result flag is set to. So we need to take our position coordinates for the x, y, and z. We also need the block position, don't we? We've only got the entity's position, not the destination. So we can do one more parameter here. We'll take block position BP, and we'll say we don't need that piece, so we say x delta double x delta equals double BP dot get x plus 0.5, because we want to be in the center of that, right? Double minus our int position dot get x. Okay, we'll do the same. Why don't you like that? Oh, we needed to go like this. Double. We want to make sure that that first one's casted to a double as well. So we're going to do the same for y and z. So this will be z, y, and y. But on the y one, we won't add the 0.5 to it, because we don't want to be in the center vertically. We want to be on the ground of that block. Okay, and then we say result equals x delta times x delta plus y delta times y delta plus z delta times z delta. And all of that needs to be less than or equal to range for it to be true. Bingo. Then we just say arrived here, and we use UE dot owner's destination and the entity's position. So UE or this dot creature dot get position. Yep, just like that. Get position vector. And one more parameter, and that is our range, which is target distance squared. Yep, that should do it. We actually need to double this, don't we? And that becomes our check. Down here as well. Now we need one failsafe check here, which is that this block position is not null. So if BP equals null, can say not equals null first, and then we'll just run through all of this code. Otherwise, else no target, so arrived. Please result equals true. Just like that, without the typo. Let's run this, and while that's starting up, I'm gonna step away because I hear my wife is back, so I'll be back, guys. Okay, let's try this. Fingers crossed here that I didn't screw it up worse at the very least, and that hopefully it's better overall. We can get rid of that half of a unit of height. It should make him be much more precise. Oh, we gotta select him first. Stir. Oh, boys, where are you going? That is hilarious. What the heck? How did I do that? There's nothing in here, this code, that should move them. It's just the arrival code's all we changed. This shouldn't change. This is where it's setting what their destination's supposed to be. Okay, we are checking if it's null there. We're checking if it's null there. So we didn't really need to do the null check there, but that's fine. Oh man, come on. Doesn't get any better than that, right? We're adding in. Gets our delta. I'll tack it. Let's just step through the code. Come on, let's do this. Get rid of this breakpoint. Let's tell these guys to move right there. And what is it trying to do? Oh, it's still calling that code? Wait a minute, how's it calling that code still? Where is it calling that code? It's something completely different. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Go here, guys. Okay, so our block position, negative 120, 56, 48. Negative 120. So that must not have been the block. It must have been that block. Okay. Step over, step over, step over, step over. Why? Easy. It should all be right. 4 is our delta Z. And 0, because they're on the right height. That's good. And 2 there. Okay. And then our result becomes what? False. So we have not arrived. Ah, okay. We have not arrived. We want to say if it's not arrived, then we set the destination to false. So I had it reversed. That explains it a lot. Okay, let's also disable the breakpoints for right now. Done the game. Come on, catch up, Eclipse. There. You're not moving. You get selected. You go here. So if we've arrived, we set it to true. That sounds right there. Okay, let's look at the old code. Again. Previously it was saying on the check destination, if it was within the distance, then it would do this stuff. What this line was if it's not within distance. So it was just one of those we need to say not. Okay. And that was down here where we got the not. Okay, so that's good. But why is he not moving to it? Let's clear all this out. Let's right click on a block. Our size is 4, so we have 4 units trying to move. They are going to different coordinates, and that's that. Okay, so we're all good there. Is it because our range is too big? Our range is tiny. So get to that point there, disable the check, or re-enable the breakpoints. Okay, so it is trying to run. Result equals false. Because it is further away, so it has not arrived. Okay, and return. Which means we go down here. We're still at our destination from before. Okay. Ah, okay, so that's a hole in the code then. So if we were at the destination previously, we never reset this. Is above. Back to false. We never set it back to false anywhere. So really what this needs to be is an else statement as well. This dot is above. So we actually arrived at one point, which is good, which is what we wanted to do, and then never set it back to false, saying that we're not at it anymore for the next time through, or the next point we try and get to. Now they're moving. They're probably in formation. I didn't pay close enough attention. So we're going to go this way. So there should be their center guy. Our next guy should be here. Perfect. Now, are they at the destination? That's the question. And we can probably answer that by simply spawning a bad guy here with green, let's say. Get him far enough away. Will those four guys go for him? No. Dang it. Okay, now, do they attack him? No, they're still trying to go back to their spots. So, they never arrived. So, if it's arrived, it says to null. This piece of the code never ran, and this piece of the code never ran because we don't see that in the log. Debug statements. Why? Which means this never returned true. It could be because this was checking. The whole time. Unreachable code, yeah, okay. So then just go ahead and run. Then this can be removed here as well. I don't think we're gonna do anything with it if it's null. Hey, Fire.
What up?
I have formation somewhat working. Just trying to.
Yeah, I see that. I was actually going to help you in a second here.
Oh, okay. Oh, dang.
What you need is them to attack anything on their way to said spot. Like, let's say you command them to go to a spot. You need something in the code that tells them if they run into enemies along the way to kill them before going to the spot. Otherwise, they're just going to keep trying to go to the spot, and they're going to get killed before they get even close.
So I can look at that both ways. I get what you're going for completely, and it makes sense. But also, there's the style of movement in RTSs as well, where they'll attack along the way if they're a ranged unit, but they keep
Yeah, I know
moving
you're thinking
towards.
of an attack move, right?
I'm thinking of even a retreat, right? If you right-click a spot in a world in an RTS, if there's already units in the area, your command usually overrides them trying to attack those units that are in that area, so they retreat. Because otherwise, like, they're just gonna stay fight and never listen to you. So I get what you're going for, but how do they do those different situations where
ranged units in RTSs tend to spin their barrels
and fight
towards the enemy and fight all the way while they're retreating.
Yes. So some of this is going to be really difficult to figure out how it should work. No doubt about it. And this is going to be one of them. Okay, let's select these guys up. I'm here. Okay, did anybody actually arrive? Lots of you did. Way too much. Which is fine. Which piece of this is it, though? So, tick. There's a certain point where I want it to stop executing.
And man, is there such a difference between Supreme Commander and Supreme Commander 2.
I bet.
Like, you know,
it's like it's a sequel to it.
you know, like in part 1 where you can have multiple engineers selected to build a building together and make it faster to build.
I'll take your word for it. Like, that's been a while. But yeah, I do know that that's possible in some of the games. I don't know which one. You can't do that in the second.
Yeah, you can't do that in the second one. It's one builder for one building.
I don't remember that at all. You would think that in the second one they would allow it.
You can queue up a bunch of buildings for that builder, but you can't make multiple builders help build a building.
Can't make multiple builders help build a building. Huh.
Like, let's say you start a building with one builder. Okay, you can't, like, select a whole group of other builders and tell them, hey, help this guy build this building now. Like, you know how we do in Planetary Annihilation when we're building the Annihilators and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not possible.
So you build 5 of them instead of 1.
Right.
But that has a whole nother impact on you in a different way. Although building 5 of them is probably the right answer.
Also,
we don't play Planetary Annihilation, right? Just so you know, like, the pros don't play it that way.
You know how there used to be different tiers of the metal extractors and the energy things and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, no more.
Okay.
Same thing.
What you're telling me is it sounds like 2 is a dumbed down version of the game.
Yeah, it really is. Part 1 is way more intricate. I see why Gazer plays it more.
What the heck? These guys are never going to their destination. Or never arriving. Even though they stopped moving. Oh wait, there it is, arrived. And it's not this one, which is fine. It's this. And check destination should then return what when that happens? Step over, step over, step over. False. Which means it should no longer execute. So this task is not executing, which means a different one should be allowed to. Let's see. I'm gonna grab a new garrison block because this other garrison block has the MBT date on it, I think. Yeah, of it having no cooldown. So I don't have time to react. It spawns whenever. Yes! He's going for it. Only one of them, but that's fine. The other guys might get him in a second. And my guy lost. Was he the only one that was at the destination? Oh crap, only one of them made it! Or something. The other guys aren't attacking again. I mean, I could lower the priority of that task, but I want them to react to me if there's an enemy there. That whole retreat thing I was talking about. Here, if I move them. They go back to their spot when he knocks them away. What a defense. Stand your ground, man. No matter what. Don't start a war. There will be a command where I right click on an enemy and they will all set him as their target to attack. I just haven't done that one yet. I don't want them to be this stupid. Okay, so that means that this is returning true sometimes, which means it's getting down into here. So why is it returning true? Let's do split screen here with the game. So we can leave this running to see what's happening. Okay, so you're returning true. So you're at your destination, but it's false. The heck? Wait, we want to know when it's false. Dirt.
Hi.
If that's null, it returns true, meaning that we're no longer going to execute this. This returns true, which then forces this to be true, which then forces this to return false, so we're not going to move towards our destination. Anybody returning true? You are.
We've been here too long. I can't breathe, I can't take it slow. We're far away from home, but I can't wait to get you under my skin and right back to where we've been. Ooh, give me a sign and tell me when to begin. 'Cause every time we leave, I'm longing back to the place where the lights go down. Just you and I leaving out the rest. Oh, so that I need is you in my bed. Give me a sign, know that in your head.
We could change the name of that to Needs to Move or something, I guess.
Let me know now. Let me know now, now, now. Give me a sign. Let me know now, now, now. Let me know now. Let me know now.
We really don't need this in here.
Give me a sign.
Or this.
Let me know
this piece here doesn't care. Should move is always returning true. Don't need it. This timeout counter is not even used anywhere near here, is it? It's on block to move. Yeah, we're fine. That's just debug stuff. This is not needed then. This null check isn't needed here. Oh wait, that is needed. We want to make sure we've got an entity. Should always be true, but we'll keep it there. Okay, so that simplifies this code down quite a bit. Okay, so this, if we're checking it, the destination. So take that, put that there. And the false portion of it is here. Gets rid of this whole if statement. The return statement after that, I guess. Okay. And we're constantly saying we arrived. Target coordinates are null. How does he get back? The heck? I want to select you. I want to tell you to go to here. It says he arrived and everything's null. So if I push him, he goes back. Should continue executing true. At the destination we return false. Not at it we return true. No targets arrived, please. Okay, I get it now. Check destination or UE is I know what I'm thinking, but getting it to code it is going to be difficult because we need a couple checks there. So this check destination is basically saying, are we at our final spot, right? And it's going to return true based on this arrival. Yeah, it's going to say it arrives when there is no destination anymore, which is what happens when you get there. So when it arrives, it says it can't move to the destination anymore. We could set this to false and see what happens just because I'm getting tired, I think. So, oh. I have a feeling it's going to break in a different way, though. Why is it showing that this is stopped, but it's not? Stop it. See, as soon as he gets off of it, he wants to go back to it. I don't get how he's going back to it, though, because he shouldn't have that set anymore. Because we set it to null. Might have to rewrite this from the ground up again, just to think everything through. I hate doing it, but I need a should move and an arrived, and those two need to be decoupled from each other, because right now they're hooked into each other. So let's do that. I'm going to stop this, because it's going to crash anyway. Should execute. We need another one that says needs to move. So public boolean need to move. Or should move. Result false boolean return result. Okay. So first thing we'll need is our target block position. And then the second thing we'll need is, so if BP equals null, result equals false. Else, if this dot or is above destination, then we will say result false. Else, result equals true. Okay, so if it's null, we return false. If we're above destination. The problem is we're not going to have that set back to true ever. Ugh. We'll just rely on the target, I guess. What if we completely rely on the target only? If we're null. Don't need that then. Don't need that. This is where we're moving. He doesn't rely on it anyway. It's arrived. We set it to null. Where is that called? Should execute. Well, instead we want to say should move. And we'll do UE dot owner destination. Get rid of that should move. That one. Destination, distance. And there we'll call it check destination. See if we're there. We don't care what the result is out of that anymore. So we can get rid of all these return statements and just have it be straightforward and simple. Okay. Void. And now what's our call hierarchy for this? It's calling in tick and it's calling in should continue executing, which instead should be should move. So this gets easier. Return false if it's null. Return true if it's null. Get run delay. Sets up a delay so it doesn't should execute doesn't run every tick. Whether or not we've arrived. We have not arrived. We set up our path to the new point. We call it check destination, which sets this to null. Once that's null, should move, should then return false. And the only way to set it back to true is to have the player click again. Okay. Oh, we have errors. Where's the error at? Oh, we've got something we need to implement still. Should move to. Where's that called by? Search for destination, which we don't use, and should continue executing, which we're overloading. Okay, that's fine. We'll put a breakpoint in there. If we ever do get to it, we'll Scratch our heads and wonder why. Okay, he comes to us. Stops in the block we want him to stop in. Just scare some block down, change it to green. He is technically red right now, and they should fight. Come on. Fight back. He's still trying to go that spot. Is it a server client thing? I think the AI only runs on the server. This needs to be out here. Because it has its own check for arrived. Okay. There's my man. This is the guy. This is the guy that'll work right. It's gotta be. Green. Nope. Flop. Come on. See each other. Fight each other. Yeah, he just wants to go back to the same spot still. Stop picking on my friend. He's stupid. And he just wants to go back there over and over again. Is it because our distance to target is too low? So, if we did not arrive at the target, we're setting up a path. And we're checking our destination each time, whether or not we arrived. Which is also checking arrived. If it arrived, then we're setting it to null. Which means checking destination is redundant because this is the only place we're calling it. So let's simplify this code again. We're going to get this really streamlined, I think, and then it'll just start working because I'll understand it completely. Or understand where the bugs are, at least. So if we did not arrive, we do this. We try and set up a path to get there. If we did arrive, then we do this. Okay. Then arrival is looking to see if that's null. If it is null, so we have no target, we're considered to be arrived, which would make this null anyway. No harm there. So arrived is being called by what? Where else? Is that it? Tick. Okay. So should move, on the other hand, is checking if our target is null. Oh, there's our problem. We're calling should move like that instead of like this. It's the wrong should move. That changes everything. Because that other should move would have been on move to block, which would have what? This. So sometimes would return true. Okay then. What if voice returned true? So we weren't setting the timer. Kill. Okay, my man. Be a rock star. Go. Now don't try and gawk back to it when I push you. Dang it. Yeah, he's not trying to go all in. He's never actually arriving. So is that because of this? Go to that block. You're arriving. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Yes!
Is it doing anything?
Yes, now abandon the fight. Oh, dang it, he died. Awesome. Okay, so if I get this guy going, get him on my team. Come over here. Yeah, he's abandoning the fight. He's at it. He wants to go fight him, I can tell. Go fight him, please. Why are you moving so slow? You weren't supposed to spawn. Die. You too. Okay, now. One green guy, please. You come here. You do come there. Now will you go fight that guy? Why is he not jumping? Okay. He's moving, but he's moving so slow, and I don't know why. Why would he move that slow? This guy's not moving slow. Oh, there he goes. What the heck? Is it because he was getting away from the spot and going back to it? He won the fight. Okay, let's do a bigger battle, I guess. All of you shall be on my team, under my control. You shall move over here, but we're first going to set up 2 of these and put them on team green. And I'm going to have you move right into the front of them. Everybody. Okay, green's going to intercept. But red's fighting back. Awesome! That's how it should work. Okay. I need to make sure that I save this code and upload it to the internet so this is never lost. AI paths to a point and will stop executing the move to that point. Once arrived. Okay, so that's excellent because my brain was getting fried on that, and it was like super simple code by the time I was done with it, and I just wasn't getting why it wasn't doing it. So the
Well, you know how it is. It's always the simple things that are kicking you right in the head.
Yeah. Those guys all lined up perfect. If I face this way, do they line up perfect this way? They do, but they don't because they're pushing each other out of the way. That's the problem with this. There's a certain spot where they're trying to get to a point, and if they get pushed off of the point, they won't try and go back to it. Because we don't want them to, if there's an enemy nearby, we don't want them to have to constantly be going back to that spot. So if they push each other around, that's a problem. But over long distances, it looks like it's okay because they'll sort out their order they need to be in advance. And you can always click the ground again to get them to go line up. Now, once I get the other issue resolved. Like, I want this guy to always be in this spot, and this guy to always be in this spot, no matter how many times I click. Right now, it's just scrambling and choosing randomly. Alright, one more thing. I want to see if this works. Where is... So I'm getting tired of trying to figure out which guys are selected, which guys are not. So, in Minecraft, there is this concept of a spectral arrow. If I give myself a bow, shoot one of these guys with it. he glows. That would be an awesome way to show you which ones are selected. How that's done, I don't know. Where's my rendering code? Client, render, minion. Extends mob render. Extends entity model. Oh, wait, not entity model. Mob render. Living render. There we go. Spec. Tater. And spell it. S-P-E-C-T. Search. S-P-C-T-R-A-L. Okay, that's interesting. It's just on the logs. But that gives me some entity projectiles. Not under render, so we want entity projectile spectral arrow entity. Okay, and this is going to do what? It's going to give an effect when it attacks an enemy. Arrow hit. Oh, it's called glowing effect. Hey Casper the Pancake, how's it going? So now under mob render, do we have any instances of glowing? Oh. Living render. No. Wait a minute, let's do this backwards. All hierarchy. Yeah, that's when you hit the glow or the bell. It also makes your mobs glow, right? So set flag 6. I bet that's it. Six is glowing. Okay, so can we, in our entity minion, or no, entity here, when we're saying it's selected, can we set this to is selected? Was it not set flags? Why don't you like set flag? What is about? 6. Come. Had to tell which flag. So he's glowing for a second when I select him. That's cool. We could just create a tick event on this whole thing. Let's do it near the top though. So tick. And we'll call super.tick, and then we'll just say that. Right? Oh, restart game. Yep. And I suppose we should be intelligent about it and only set it if it's not already set, kind of thing. Wait, it's not spamming it. The problem with this is it's going to set it for everybody. So you'll be able to see my selections. Which is not bad, but it'll get confusing. It's still flickering. It's turning it on and off for some reason. Probably because living entity is setting it as well. If it is not glowing, then it sets the potion effect. Gotcha, so we can just set it to glowing too. If is selected, this dot glowing equals true. Else this dot glowing equals false. Then it should remove itself. Or I've got it backwards. What? Huh. I'll check down here. That could be. Let's turn this off, turn it back on. Cool, it's not there at all now. Huh. Restart, because the selections go away. Oh, what? What if we don't set that and just set glowing to true? But they're not selected. What the heck? Are they? Oh, the client thinks they're always selected, but not the server. Yeah. I'm not going to deal with a packet right now. That's how to fix that, though. The client doesn't realize that it's not selected or whatever. Okay. I might be taking a break from this very soon. What the heck? I just disabled all that code altogether. Oh, it kept that they're glowing from before. That explains it. This is how we fix it. Yeah, he's not selected. Okay. How do we turn this into the game? What's next? I've kind of lost focus completely. Let's go back over to my testing area. What else do I need to do? Get rid of these first. Fix up the testing area. Okay, the fence is all intact everywhere, right? Yeah. Let's go ahead and place down 4 of these so we start spawning guys on our team. We will place down, I guess, 1 over here and put it on team green. Let's get rid of the end rods here because they're just going to make a navigation nightmare for the guys. We've got 4 times as many spawning in over here on this side is what I wanted. Okay, so if we select you all, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, sure. Tell them to come up to here, what happens? The heck you doing, boys? Oh, you got to your spot and just went on to fight the enemies. Okay, fair enough. boys are trying to come back. They can't come back, though, so they're going to get murdered there. We need some type of timer, like a movement timer if they get stuck or something, too. Working on AI in Minecraft is a pain in the butt. One thing I didn't consider is terrain like this, where it might do that type of situation where that last block's up there pretty high. And if we had, say, 3 people, 1, 2, 3, I don't know, yeah. Tell them to come over here. They're fine when it's all flat ground. When it's like this, though, one of them's going to climb that thing. Well, maybe. He's not climbing it at all. Is that dumb? The heck? No! They climbed that thing just fine. Why won't they climb this one? Okay, can you climb up here, boys? How about up here? Here. Those my other guys right there. New world. I want real world terrain, not super flat for the time being. Fun. Create new world. Because we're not going to play in a super flat. At least I didn't envision us playing a super flat. So I need to set up our team. Team add red. I need to join team red. Team join red. Okay. Now if we get a garrison, plop it down, it shows it's on red. Get a simple item. Whatever it's called. Sample item. Let's break that before we get too many guys. Right click him and tell him to go down there. He goes there. Time to come up here. Time to come up here. You want a pink love gun? Okay, what if I tell him to come over here? Now, there should be no path to that unless there's one I'm not seeing. Yeah, so he just gets as close as he can. And this is where the timer thing needs to come in. Like if he hasn't reached his destination in so many ticks, just give up. It could be like 2 minutes or something, right? And it's still fine. Okay, so can we tell him now to go up here? We know there's a path up there, but can't even find it. Oh, he's too tall to get that up there, isn't he? Might need to shorten him a bit. Okay. Now come over here. It's working. I don't know why it wasn't working in that other world just a minute ago, but it's working here. He's traveling up and down terrain just fine. Maybe it was something about it being only one line. And what happens if I tell you to just go forward? You go back down and then jump off at a safe distance. Okay. Now go up there. All is good. Now, what happens if I bring in your brother? Right clicking this be selected. Tell you both to come down here. And then tell you to go up there. What are you gonna do? And we're facing this direction when I do that. That technically works for me. The problem is he's never going to be seen as being at his spot. If I move him, he tries to go back because he tried to go right next to his brother up there in the air. I put a block up there. Look what he does. So that's one small flaw, maybe small flaw in my figuring out how to get to, or how to do the formations, is it's not looking for block height differences across the formation area. And it really should. It should look for like the next block down if it's not if it's air or something at that block. And keep doing that till it gets a block. Okay, so other mechanics we need. We could add the archer guy, but doing so means that I need to mess with AI again. And I've had my fill of AI for the moment. I could add the mining block. That's not too bad. Can these guys get up here? How complex of an area can we make for them to try and traverse? Those guys are both selected. Can you cross water? Come here. They're down there. Want a rocket launcher? That shouldn't be too hard to do. I've done a rocket launcher before. They cross the water just fine. They go at the bottom of the water, but they're crossing the water. They're kind of acting like a zombie, and it wouldn't surprise me if he starts drowning here. Yep, he's starting to drown. Get up. Get out of the water, dude. And he died. So they're able to maneuver through water, but they don't swim. So let's see if we can fix that. I believe in here we can do goal dot flag dot. Oh, there is no swim. So how do we do water moving ones then? Oh, that type of rocket launcher. I thought you meant like an RPG. Given your name, I should have known. Right? That was a fault of my own. You know, you amaze me. You get up here, dude. Assuming you didn't just despawn. Cool. You didn't despawn, but you are no longer red because your MBT data you must have unloaded. Great. Or something. He's trying to go to it. I don't know that there's a path all the way up. Oh, there is, isn't there? Cool. That was quite the complex series of maneuvers that he had to do to get up there, so I'd say the AI is working. Next, come over here. Oh, you got yourself in a hole now. What are you gonna do? Okay, let's give you smaller steps. Go down here. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's too far for his goal to be away. Oh, you're still stupid. No! He's halfway stupid, Fiery. Can't figure out how to get down. It's too far or something. There we go. Going down should technically be easier for him because he's able to make drops. Going up, he has to have a one block only. Oh, over the trees. Okay. Works. As long as you can get down, dude. Yeah, he's gonna make it for sure. Cool. That's about as much as we can ask from those guys, I think. I mean, even in PA, when you get like 50 troops selected and then you go to run them through a choke point, they'll kind of get stuck on each other sometimes. This world here would be hard to be set up in. Should we have a wood resource, Fiery, where guys chop down trees?
That could be a thing.
What would it be used for, though?
The archers.
Okay. Let's kill this roll. Let's start on a better selection system. not necessarily how you choose them, but when they're chosen, that's more organized. So right now, it's looking at basically a 256 block radius around you or something like that. All the entities within that, and looking at each one and seeing if it's selected. Instead of that method, we could keep a list of each player's selections and add to or remove from that list. That's probably a more efficient way of doing it. The problem will be when we go to kill an entity, what happens? Right? Because we won't have that entity in our selection, but we'll need to remove it from our selection. So we'll need to hook into that event of an entity dying. And if that entity is in our selection list for any player, we need to remove it. So let's create something to hold that. Let's create a new class altogether. It'll just be for that. Player selections. Okay, player selections class. And in this class, we're going to have a list that will be what? One that's a list of players. Player entities. Player entity. Players. New array. That with this, that, there we go. So that's a listing of all of our players. Should be static. Do it like this instead. Entities. Selected. Units. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Okay, and this class, player selections, will be its own list. Public static player's name. My string player name equals that by default, and we need to find the forge events that handle the right things. So event world maybe. Village entity, so entity events. Play sound, player, there we go. Entity join world, there we go. Any join world is fired when an entity joins the world. This event is fired whenever an entity is added to the world in those places. Contains the world in which the entity joins. Then it's cancelled, the entity is not joined to the world, the event does not have a result. Okay, so if we did this event, we registered something for this event. So at subscribe, event public static. I don't know if it needs to be public static, but we're going to make it that way. On entity join world event. Final event. And then event dot get entity. If that entity is instance of player entity, then we know another player joined the world. Okay, and if we go into that event again, is there one for leave? There's not. But there is an entity event itself. Entity constructing. Can update entering chunk. And when an entity's eye height changes, okay, that's weird. Hey, blue boy. Living, there we go. So there should be one on death event. Yep. Great. So we're gonna want one for this as well. At subscribe event public static void on living death final that event do you know what real-time strategy games are? Because that's what this is going to be. If the event get entity is an instance of unit entity, then we need to loop through and find out, remove it from the selections. What's an RTS game? So RTS stands for real-time strategy. Think Command and Conquer type games, or the original not World of Warcraft, but the original Warcraft games, Warcraft 1 and 2, and I think 3 as well, were RTS games.
Yep.
This is not World of Warcraft, that's something completely unrelated.
Nope. World of Warcraft is the MMO.
Yep, and World of Warcraft is just the same orc tribes and stuff. So, those games, you basically are like a general, and you control your troops, right? And you set up your defenses, you mount your attacks at specific times, you gather resources, things like that. That's what this is going to be. Need selections. So we need a list of player selections on this. So public static player selections. Right, so one of the advantages I think that Minecraft has for this, sorry, I'm typing too. is the fact that you can edit the terrain, right? So most RTS games, I won't say all, but most, are a predefined map that you start your battle on. And you really can't edit the terrain. You might be able to build buildings, but you can't modify the terrain to make a trench or make a wall, flood a river, those type of things. In Minecraft, you can, right? You could build up a wall. You could make it 6 thick if you wanted to, right? And the way Minecraft does that is you as a player does all those things. Now, we might have some of that. I'm not sure yet. But the gathering of resources, I think we want to leave to tile entities that get worked by your workers. And I haven't decided if I really want another entity running around doing the work or not. Yeah, maybe something. Maybe. You can build up your defenses, build a wall, etc. Right? So those things will be nice to have when it comes to preventing invasions, right? If we add a turret to the game, for example, or set up your characters to defend a wall, it's just there, right? They can just do that. I'm not sure if we're gonna have like a game ending event be that the player gets killed, or if like you have a set number of lives before you die, before you lose, I guess, or if it'll be more along the lines of complete annihilation of the opponent, right? You have to hunt down and find. I thought Fari was talking to me at first. It's like, wow, he really wants that aspect. Yeah, those are the kind of things I've been thinking about on it. Player entity. PE equals event dot get entity. Entity. This will be a player entity type. Okay, and then why is that airing off at all? Okay. Do you think there'll ever be a Minecraft version 2, or will that be like 173.2? I won't say there will never be one, right? Because they are a business, they want to make money, right? And I'm talking about Microsoft. But Mojang's desire is to not have a Minecraft 2. Instead, they will just continually update Minecraft forever. There might be a point, though, where it makes more sense for them to rewrite it from scratch. I'm thinking along the lines of if they want to do away with Java, or in the future, if they want to do ray tracing or any of those, more advanced things that just would need a complete engine recreation. But then again, they might just do that and call it Minecraft 1.137.2, right? It's just a name, really. To me, a version 2 of it would mean that you have to pay again for it. So right now, I think they're doing pretty well money-wise because they have all this merchandise they can sell. They have all these new players that are coming in. So all the kids that previously didn't play it before, then when Minecraft kind of became popular again, probably started buying it again. So those type of things. So we need to take our player selections. Yep. Oh, we don't have any contains in this, do we? So let's change this to a hash map. Oh, I didn't even make it a list, that's why. Well, I'm gonna do trig homework. If you're still here when I'm done, I'll be back. Yeah. If I'm not, I might stream again later though. I might take a break here after a bit. Just depends how I feel. We want to do the utility version, sure. Down here, we're gonna do list player selections dot contains. Yes, perfect. So what are we containing in this? No, it's a list of those. We still need a hash map. We need to go from name to player selection. String player. There we go. And I just say this. Like that. There's 18-second delay. Yeah. Well, like I see the messages before they come up down here even, right? So this program I'm using that shows the message up on the screen is delayed from it actually showing in the YouTube chat. So I've got another window that shows actual YouTube streaming page, and that shows up first. It's just I use that program because it puts a ding in my ear if I'm not paying attention to the YouTube chat. Okay, so we've got our player selection set up now. So we can say the same thing, contains, but it's the name. Contains key, and a key is what? It is a PE.get scoreboard name. That's an important aspect. It needs to be the scoreboard name. Okay. So if it contains it, we don't do anything. We've already got the guy. We don't need to do anything special, right? But if it does not contain it, we need to add them. So player selections dot lowercase player selections. Add, right? Dot put. And the string will be the scoreboard name that we just talked about. And the value will be a new player selection, the class. Okay. And that player selections, when it's created, will have its selected units list initialized to a blank list. We also need to set the name though, don't we? So let's create a constructor for this. Actually, do we need that? We don't need that, do we? We do not need that. Okay. And then down on living death event. So if it's a unit from our game, then we need to check to see if any of the player selections, so we need to loop through that entire hash map. So for over a collection, I think that might work for the hash map. The iterator's name is what we're on right now, and this would say I, the iterator, the collection itself, so this would be player selections. Does that work? It does not. So instead, you're going to do int I equals 0 player selections dot size, right? Yep. And I plus plus. You still don't like size? Why? Oh. I is less than player selection dot size. Then you say player selections dot get. There is no index on it. Okay. Key set? No. Yeah, oh yeah. I don't use them enough to know the syntax off the top of my head. Actually, for loop. Entry set, that's what I was looking for. Or map entry. Player selection. PS in player selections entry key set. Okay, and then PS dot what? We're going to get the value, which is another object which has what we need. Okay. We know that this is of type player selection. Can we do player selections in entry key set? I don't think so because it's not. P equals that. Yes, you must be cast, I know. Okay, and then P dot. We not make it public? I did. Selected units. Okay, and this is where we can do another for loop for int I equals 0. That selected units. What are you airing off here for? Oh. I is less than selected units dot size or length. Plus plus. And p dot selected units dot get, and then the index of I. Okay. Now how do we remove it? So we don't want to get the concurrent modification exception. So Java list remove from index. Use an iterator. Okay. So we could say P iterator string. No. What are we storing in it? A unit entity. I don't know if we want to do that though. We want to get the ID of it, I think, instead. Let's do this. Event dot get entity get ID. Entity ID. It says, well, it's just an integer value. So that means on this player selections class, we can store it as an int here. And these will be entity IDs. Insert dimensions to complete the reference type. Here we go. Integer type I equals p dot iterator. It's not a list of strings. What? P dot. That's probably throwing it off. Ah. There we go. Okay, now we can go while I dot has next. So we're gonna loop through everything. And we say I dot next equals this. No wait, not this. Current entity ID equals that. And we'll just say int. Okay, and if current entity ID equals event dot get entity ID, then we need to remove from the list found a match, it died, remove it from the selections. So then we do I dot remove, and hopefully we don't run into concurrent modification exceptions on that, because that's a little bit funky. Okay, so there's that piece. Then the other piece is to go to this, the unit entity, where we're selecting them, right? So apply interaction. We no longer need this piece, right? We don't care about that at all if it's being selected that way. Instead, we need to do ts.rts get player selection, or player selection, and we need to get, or if it contains the key, it should be its own method, really. Yeah, let's make it its own method somewhere. Let's do this under utilities. Public static select unit. Void select unit. Void select unit. Select unit. And inside here, we're going to need a player name. String player scoreboard name and a entity ID. So int entity ID. Okay, and we'll take the tsrts dot player selections dot contains key if you always want to check first before you get, else throw new illegal state exception could not find the player in the hash map of for used for selections. And we need another parenthesis. And the key is the player scoreboard name. Okay, and if that's true, we need to say, why is it? Okay. All of that dot get the object player scoreboard name dot selected units dot contains entity ID. We're going to change that to a lowercase e for consistency. If already selected. If we wanted this to be a toggle, this is where we edit it to be removed. Else, so it's not found, right? So we can add it in there. So ts rts dot player selection dot put get player selection scoreboard name dot selected units dot add, not put, right? Yeah, add, and we add entity ID. Ta-da! What you airing off for? Why do you need a return statement? You're doing void. Because I put it in uppercase, that's why. Okay, so then we just go back to our code where we were before in the unit, and we just say this utilities dot utilities. Dot selected unit, and we say player dot get scoreboard name and the entity ID that we've clicked on. So entity, so this dot entity ID. Ta-da. Okay. Now that's all great. Then the other pieces in our sample item, we have this code, and this code is looking at all the entities in the world, looping through all the entities in the world, getting them assigned a thing. So we don't need to do that anymore. We don't. We don't need this count. Instead, what we need to do. Yeah, that's fine. And that's another piece. We need to see if it's on the same team or not. The entity. Yeah. Maybe we'll pass the entity in there. Change this. For now, we're okay though. So over here, we need to what? This dot TS RTS player selections dot get if that contains context dot player get scoreboard name, found the player in the hash map, get it, and loop through the entities. That's selected. Units dot size. There we go. So int count equals that. So that tells us how many we're going to have to deal with. And we no longer need to do that piece right now because we've got, wait, do we? We do not. Because this whole count here is set up just fine. So we got our formation being based on the count up above. So we'll put that in there as well. And lbp.size. So all of this is in theirs too. And we don't need to loop through these because we're going to loop through this instead. We can do that by going with the standard for loop for int I equals, oh wait, we're using I for something else here, are we? But that's okay. Because these are all going to be selected in this case. So int I equals 0, I is less than the size of this bad boy here. And I++. Okay. And we no longer need to do that because UE is going to now be something like this. So context dot get player. Is there a world? Let's get world dot get entity by ID, and the ID we're going to pass in is dot get by index of I There we go. And if UE is not null, then we'll set its target. No longer need this. No longer need this. There we go. Let's run this. See if it works. Oh, once it compiles enough. There we go. What should this do for us? In theory, unless we're making changes to the selection, this list of selected units will always be in the same order. Previously, when we were selecting these, the get entity and world and within the bounding box had a different set of entities or a different order that the entities were in. So when we click to tell them to move to a place, they would scramble their position every time. Like the guy in position 1 would be position 2, and then it'd be position 4, and then it'd be position 1 again, right? So with this, in theory, as long as we aren't changing our selection or none of them dies, which also changes our selection, it should just keep them going. The same order, over and over and over again. Did I pick that natural gen world or the super flat? Gonna guess this is the natural gen. Yeah, let's go back to the super flat for now. We're gonna kill every entity in the world too. That's a minion. Kill at E. Type equals TSRTS minion. Boom, they all die. Okay, we got 4 of those that'll spawn in. Let's kill this because I don't care about these guys right now. Let's type that command again, actually. And let these spawn. Okay, we've got our 4 guys. I'm going to click and get a crash. Cool. So what was our crash? Did not find the player in the hash map. Okay. So our scoreboard name wasn't there. Okay, so simple enough. Let's go to this and see if we get registered. Maybe players don't go through this. I don't know. If we can't figure out a player's joined the world, we're going to have major problems all around because we also need to assign them to a team. When they first join. See who all's out there if they're paying attention. It says 5 people are watching, but maybe you're all asleep. Maybe stars are not appetizing to you. Okay, now if I click it, nothing happened. No crashes, that's good. Nothing worked at all. So that event didn't get fired when we started up, when we joined. Why though? Ah, I looked at the wrong piece of the code, for real. It's all in the wrong spot. Hey, Fusion! I knew that many stars would call people out. You didn't even get any though, did you? Here. Okay, so this is like some inner class that I did. I didn't realize I did this. Okay. Which is specifically looking for registry events, it looks like. A subscriber. So those are Forge events, which are completely different. Okay. I gotta look up how I used to create a Forge event. Those are FML events before, which have a different Modbus stuff. Read Forge, read the docs. Events, basic usage, subscribe event, my emotion, okay. The main event bus used for most events is located at Minecraft Forge event bus. So this is a different thing. Static events. Event handler may also be static. Handling method is also annotated as event scriber. The only difference in the instance handler is that it's marked static. In order to register a static event handler, an instance of the class won't do. Class itself must be passed as a parameter. Huh? A class may be annotated with the mod.event bus subscriber annotation, such a class is automatically registered for to event bus. When the app mod class itself is constructed, this is essentially the equivalent of adding annotated class. Okay. The end of the app mods constructor. But I think this is going to limit which bus it's going off of. If I understand this correctly. I've done this before in the other mod. It sounds very similar to it still. So let's do that. Let's look at that. I think it was under handler. Come on, open events. Yeah, render event handler here. Yep, just did that. And probably in the main class, we did something to just register event handler. Really? Ah, we just created it and registered it there. So we need to do that. Oops, don't comment. Don't change anything in this project right now. That was in what? The initialization event. We should be able to do that in setup of this one though, I think. That should be fine. Okay, and we'll just create a class called event handler. Create a class and we'll call it handler event handler. Did I misspelled? Awesome. Let's immediately fix that. Okay. Now on this, it should be able to compile now. Oop. Right. Let you do the imports. And these two bottom pieces can come out then. And go into event handler. Yay! Okay, and it's going to error off on us because we don't have it fully qualified. TS RTS. Right? There we go. Let's restart the game. Oh, let's also, in our event handler, put the breakpoint right there so we can see this thing actually works or not. Otherwise, we won't know until it crashes. And we can close the project for machine mod. Might be time to restart Eclipse soon. My processor's going nuts doing something. Minecraft right now, but that's fine. Eclipse is using 1.5 gigs of memory. Okay, click on you, click on you, click on you, and you. Click here, nothing happens. We never got this to fire still. Okay, did this run?
Hey, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, so changed how it's registered. That'll do it. Okay, that did get hit. That's good. Okay, so this is getting fired. Wasn't a player, so we're fine there. Fired again, not a player. Let's go in here where it actually is a player. There we go. So that should work now. It's happening again. This is the client thread. Might have been the server the first time. Might need to only do that on the server. Along with all of these events. Oops. It's working. Okay, so now the real question is, let's get these guys out of here by having them go over here. So we can get them out into the flatlands, better, or open area for them to move along where I say those guys are stupid. Hey, at least they figured it out and came back. That's cool. I think I know why too. Every so often they recheck their path and calculate it again. Okay, he got pushed out of the way. That's just weird. Well, if we set it this way, so that the T is back this direction, and move you forward, they move forward in unison as a complete unit, not remixing their orientation. Why they're doing that, I don't know. It's almost like they're trying to move to something that doesn't exist, or they're moving to 0, 0, 0 or something. So actually get them back before they despawn. Hey, CZ.
Hello. Hello.
So they're in their formation, then they want to go there. So where is our move code? Let's switch to it. Launch. It's null. So this guy's not gonna move, whoever he is. It's null. They're all null. Come back here. Oops. Let's just turn the breakpoint off for a moment, let these guys get back here. Now if we click the same spot again, that's when some of them run off. Huh. What is special about that spot? Nothing. It's a weird coordinate. They're even walking with their head in the wrong direction. What the heck? There we go. Let's turn this on. Click and Okay, so their path is being set to what? Their owner destination is what? It is a value. Negative 110. 56, negative 183. Which if we look in Minecraft, isn't that spot, it's that spot there, that's fine. Go to the next one. This one's set to negative 10, negative 9, 109. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. 56, 184. That's the formation code doing that. 110, 183, 109, 184. Yeah, on the tick, that would be a good spot to grab. It's null for this one. Null for that one. Is it something in the item class where we're setting what their destinations are? So the formation point creation there is based off of the context get position up. So the top of the block we clicked on, basically. And that's going to be based on the size, which the size is, or count in this case, is based on the scoreboard player name. It's selected unit size count, which would in this case should be 4, which is what it says down here. 4 was selected. In fact, there's all the destinations we tried to set it to, which matches. All of them are on the same Z. All of them on different X's except for 1, which is on a different Z. Huh. Oh, is it a client thing? Well, I got it running again. They snapped back. That's kind of cool how they're moving there. They're moving as a unit now. It's an unintended side effect, but it's cool looking. Okay, now face this direction, please. There we go. I click that block again. Y'all go nuts. Okay, now let's see if I save and close and go back into it. Are they there? Or are they in that original spot? They are actually there. Wow. I need to select them again. We're good to go. Come here, please. And they're behaving like there's more here. So first off, let's see what happens if we kill one. Because we didn't restart Minecraft. He's trying to go back to his position still. Dang it. I thought we've got you guys fixed to that. No. Yeah, let's get these down to 1. Notice he didn't come to my spot because the other selections are still in memory from when I logged out of the world and came back because I didn't restart it. So when we disconnect the world or unload the world, we need to reset that somehow. Is there an event for it? I guess is the big question. There's a join world event. Is there a leave world event? Or a server side event that happens when the server world changes? There's a world event. What does world event do? Load. Fired when Minecraft loads a world. The event is fired when the world is loaded in. It sounds like the correct thing to look for me. There's also unload. Save. Let's do unload. Actually, load is probably better because then we're always going to get it no matter what. So load. Event handler. Another @subscribe event. And it's going to be public static void on load event. And as soon as Eclipse realizes what's going on, yeah, we'll terminate the game. Roll event. And we'll say we need some type of reset function that just blows away that whole construct in memory and rebuilds it. So ts.rts.playerselections.clear. Really what we want. Why are you still airing off? Oh, you didn't actually import the thing we clicked on. Cool. We no longer need that breakpoint. So while I'm working on this selection stuff now, it's working at short range only. I want to eventually try and do like a ray cast or ray trace from the player's point of view out into the world to gather where they're actually looking, and that's when the command will be issued. So that'll be for moving to a block, attacking an entity, whatever. We've done such things before from Spigot mods. Okay, everybody selected. So select all 4 of you. Tell you to move to here. And you do that just fine. Select it again, and you move off into infinity. Let's come back one more time. Got a message on Discord. Oh wow. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, get this guy back over here. They're in formation. What we just fixed was unloading the world. Going back into it. They should not be selected anymore. None of them should be selected. Nobody should be selected. And they're not. Let's select one of them, move him, and he goes exactly to where we click, right? So there's not multiple selected. So we select all 4 of these guys. And click. They should all 4 line up in a T shape according to 4 entities. That to do. Come back here, dude. This bugging me big time they're doing this. Okay, let's have you all go down here. Okay, so the extra entities that were selected from before are gone. Now we need to check what happens when we kill one. Okay. Now they should be in a straight line when they come up here. Hey, fire. Yep, they compensated.
Hello.
And they should be in front of each other.
Would did CZ come in here and be ultra quiet?
Came in here and muted himself both ways. He can't hear us, we can't hear him. I mean, this is working. The only thing that's not working about it is if I tell this guy to go here, and he comes here, and then I click that block again, sometimes he randomly just runs off into the distance. So I click it another time. Not sure what that's about. We've seen it happen one other time earlier. And it seemed like just a random bug from when I was changing code, but Apparently it's a thing now. You click the same spot too many times, they'll just decide to wander away. But now if you have 4, 5, 10 guys, whatever it is, spawned into the world and selected, they will always try and go into the same spot within their formation. Oops. Let's do this side. Come on, get me in there. I want to go in the hole. Or I get too many guys spawned. Okay. Awesome. Let's give you a way out over here. You. Click on every single one. And tell them to come here. So they build their formation, and now they all walk in a straight line. Now that they're completely lined up, they'll continue to walk in a straight line. They don't try and swap positions with each other.
Nice.
Which also means if we go something like this...
Although, shouldn't the front line be thicker than the back?
The front line is thicker. The front line is the way I'm looking. So I'm looking towards the sun, so that's the front of this line. I'm moving.
I was wondering
so
about
in theory, you would be doing it like this, right? You'd be going that way.
What kind of range does that clicker have? Because it's going to need some pretty decent range.
Right now, whatever block you can look at. So you see how my cursor selects that block, but I can't go to the one beyond it. That's as far as it'll go. This is just for me to debug. I'm agreeing with you 100% that I just need to go be able to look like that block over there and click and they go.
Like, to be honest, I wouldn't be upset with the players being able to be invincible and flying and just have it be minions only.
I get what you're saying, but that then makes it so that you're not part of the combat at all.
Well, you are, but you're not. You could make a commander unit.
What do you mean?
I mean, one unit that spawns when your player spawns where... Okay, imagine it like this. Your player spawns about 20 or so blocks above the ground. Okay. And on the block at ground level, a player bot will spawn.
You have to protect that.
You know?
Like,
yeah, imagine like a minion, only he's a special minion that's a commander, and like they can all defend him and...
Okay. So, couple things. If we're in creative mode, that gives you access to this menu. You can pull out whatever block you want and do whatever you want to the world. That's not necessarily good.
I'm not saying creative.
Okay. So you just mean invulnerable.
Right.
But you said fly too, right?
Right.
And spectator won't work because you're not on a team then when you're in spectator. And you need to be on a team for this whole thing to work. So I get what you're going for. Completely. I've been debating it myself. But I think having it so that the player can be involved in the battle could be fun.
But that's what I mean. Link the commander's, you know, thingy to the player. So if the commander dies, the player will die.
So you have to defend the player or the commander. Their formations are still kind of wonky at times.
It's probably going to be.
Yeah, I know.
That's already amazing. Okay.
Like that, they're pretty effed up. Okay, they finally kind of straightened it out a little bit, but it's one of these things where like they push each other out of the way. Like this guy was probably, this guy was probably in the right spot, but this guy needed to go here, so he pushed him out to there. I don't know how to fix that. Yeah, he's getting pushed. He's getting shoved, this guy right here.
Make their hitboxes smaller?
It still doesn't. That'll cause different problems. I actually made them slightly bigger because of the problems that it was causing. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I didn't know that.
So there's hitboxes are that size right there. You can see the actual box on them.
They're pretty small. I don't know how they're interacting with each other then.
They bump into each other. About face. I need to stop their ability. I need to set their look direction too, to make it look extra cool.
Is there a way you could literally lock them in place once they get into their spot? So that even if they move in just one solid line of people?
Maybe.
Because wouldn't that help the formation thing?
So if we did like a move like this, they kind of walk as one big unit. It's just with these short moves that are side by side that are kind of. It also helps if they actually get into a line. The bigger the group, the harder it is for them to stay together. It's more likely to bump into each other. Let's go this way.
As long as they would try, I mean, my only worry would be you're moving like that, you meet another group of people, and your guys die because they won't stop and get into a line and start attacking.
Well, right
As
now,
long as it-
if there's
as
a guy
long
that
as they
spawns
would be,
along their path,
guaranteed to prioritize the attack over.
see, and that's the opposite of what I think it should be. Like, I get what you're going for. So this guy, green guy, is going to spawn right as they go through him, and they're going to ignore him because they were told to move out here. They listened to the player over their own thing, right? Now, once they're there, they're free to go fight him. Because what would happen is you tell them to move out there. If they find an enemy along the way, they're going to stop moving to where you told them and fight that enemy and never listen to you. So that if you wanted to, like...
Well, you could spam click them away, couldn't you?
Maybe.
Because every time you click somewhere, they at least recognize that you did something, right?
I'm not going to say that that'll work 100% because the priority system in Minecraft. So you can say, I want you to sit on a bed if you're a cat, or say zombies. I want you to attack villagers. I want you to attack players. I want you to attack iron golems. I want you to knock down doors. I want you to run from the sun. And each one of those tasks has a priority. And the higher the priority, one happens first if it could do multiples. So right now I've got these guys set up so that their move order that I'm issuing is their highest priority, so they won't try and attack while they're moving. And it's something that I don't believe I can change the priority once the game started or once these guys are loaded in. So it's not like I can set a toggle to change the priority. Their AI is still very early stages for this whole thing, I think.
Right.
Like, they need so much work, because that green guy that kept getting wrecked and just knocked back, he didn't even try and attack. He was just getting wrecked. He should turn and attack the guy that was attacking him. So let's try what you're talking about. Let's get these guys.
I think I
Change
kind
your
of
priority.
figured out a workaround to that whole, well, what if, you know, I do set them to attack and they just don't run away? Why don't you hard code a separate item to be an escape flag or something, you know, be like, run away flag.
Oh, that means there's another AI task with just another, like, two of the same AI task? That's what you're saying?
It's,
Two
I'm
tasks,
saying
one's that's
that
high priority, one that's low.
they run the attack program first, but if they see this flag get thrown, then it switches to another code that is hard coded for get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
So I would assume it would be run another set of code if this item is ran.
You know, I'm Oh, maybe I could do it that way.
Use your words.
No, I'm changing the mid stutter. Is the problem? I'm trying to speak before I can pile the thought together that's coherent. My initial thought was I've been debating whether or not I use this Minecraft AI methodology, right, where they assign different tasks and those tasks have priorities and then they kind of pick which they want to do, basically, right? It allows me to reuse a lot of stuff, which is good, but also bad because I don't have as much control over it. So I'm trying to select these guys here while I'm talking. Hey, Anime Cat. Let's move them. Okay, so we've got them all selected. Let's plop down our enemy here and issue a move command as soon as he spawns. And see which one they listen to. Okay, they are trying to move. They are ignoring him. And it's because the task is not complete until they get to their spot. And even now, look at them. They're not trying to kill him. That's funny.
Okay, so you almost have the escape flag made, so make the attack flag.
Right, I've had the escape flag made. That's the problem. I just tried making the attack flag. And it didn't even work. Not at all. So I set the move to a lower priority, and they moved and didn't do anything about it. In fact, nobody's attacking now. I wonder if I screwed up the attack altogether. So let's just undo those changes because they broke it. What was it? Media typing. Save. And let's reload the world again because you have to reload it. Let's see what happens. Hello again.
Yeah, I'm back. For
I'm
real
back.
this time.
For real this time.
For real this time.
And you know, this could be one item. It's just you right click to run and left click to attack.
Yeah, and like the other thing too is if you're with the guys and they run past an enemy, you're gonna know that they need to attack. Right? So you're gonna be clicking on that enemy instead of the
Right.
ground. You're gonna change their orders mid move. Let's get rid of these red guys because they're gonna. The brown guys that are actually red, it's just not showing as red. There we go. Nobody's attacking each other. Why? Are those guys not actually on a team? Oh, I know what it is. These are on my team, not green. Everybody's red. That was what was wrong. Wow, that means last time that I screwed that up and they could have actually been working. Cool. So let's redo that change again.
Okay, why don't you set up a spawner and
Yeah.
just have it so that you can endlessly switch them out if you need to.
But the problem is they eventually kill my guys because I don't want to like infinite number of my guys. I need a spawner of both. I don't know. I don't know what I need.
Can't you rig it for a switch?
Yeah,
Turn it on and off?
that's what I need to do. I need to have that thing redstone powered. If it's powered, it turns it off or something, so it doesn't continually spawn.
Right.
Okay. But for now, so we're going to change the priority so that moving based on where the player wants is priority 2 and attacking is priority 1. So will it interrupt is the question. This should be enough to do it here. I also need to set it so that these guys keep their color when we restart the world. And then this problem would kind of go away. Because I would see that these guys were red and not green and blah blah blah. Okay, now I think I got everybody move selected. Everybody moves. Forms up in a line, nice. Place this down, make it green. Make them move as soon as he spawns. And see what happens. They stop moving. Oh! Oh my god, Fiery, this is perfect. Did you see that?
How they waited?
It the attack option interrupted the move to the spot I clicked. And when they were done killing him, they moved to the spot I clicked anyway. So I'm gonna have them move clear over here. Boom. They're gonna walk past that guy, kill him, and then move on to where I had clicked. That's exactly what we want. Okay, now they got distracted there. They didn't make it. Some of them didn't make it all the way to the end. But they're gonna try and come back.
I like how one like almost alerts the others too.
That doesn't actually happen though. It looks like it does, but it's not. So let's have them move like way over here so they can actually complete their move. Because they have a huge radius where they're looking for enemies.
I was just gonna say.
They're not gonna get past this. He's spawning too quick. Let's kill the block. There. Now they can get back. So I'm not gonna click on anything else. Will they make it to the destination is the question. I think they will, because they're moving off that way anyway. That's what we want. That's perfect.
You lost a couple.
Yeah, a few died. I'm okay. There they go. They stopped. That's what you were talking about, right? You can call them from far away to a distant location, and they will attack what they come across on the way, kill it, and move on to their destination anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm okay with that too. What I thought would happen was they would all stop after they killed him and just sit there and not go back to moving to where you told them to. This is way better. Now, what this does mean is, let's try this. Place down a green guy. Oops. And then tell them to come here. And I'm spam clicking and they're going to keep fighting that guy. They won't listen to me. Until he's dead. So if you want to call them out of a battle, to retreat, you can't.
You know, you could make it so that these guys could pick up regular armor and weapons till their, let's say, armor and weapon slot is filled.
So that's my tech tree plans. Your starting age, you'll have these guys pretty much like this. It might be a different texture or whatever, but it'll look something similar to this. And then,
And like only accept something if it's better after they get, you know, fully low leveled gear.
well, what I was thinking was they don't actually pick it up off the ground. Is when they spawn, based on your team's
Or just give
tech,
them a GUI.
they spawn with what you select or whatever, right? Or what's going to happen is this block, this GUI is just for testing, right? The GUI will actually have buttons in here that says, I want you to start spawning this type of unit when we have enough credits, right? Or enough stone, iron, gold, diamonds, whatever it is, right? So maybe in order to spawn that full diamond armor guy with the diamond sword, you need to unlock the tech tree for him and also have 10 diamonds in your inventory, right? And if you don't have those 10 diamonds in your inventory, he's not going to spawn. And by inventory, I don't mean the player inventory, I mean your team's inventory, which is going to be a whole different thing. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Or does it sound stupid?
No, it makes sense.
That drives me nuts. It's easy enough to fix, but why do they wander off when you click on the block that they're on? And like, to make it worse is they stare at me when they do it. To like, haha. See you later, sucker. We ain't listening to you. And it's only some of them that go. Okay, now they're all here. I'm gonna click on the block he's standing on, which is the center point, which means they should end up in this formation right here. Oh, I did nothing. I'm gonna do it again. Now they all run away. That's where it was.
Why would you really need to click on the same block that they're standing on already?
So the only reason I've been doing it is when I click here and they come here, if they're not lined up perfectly in a line because they pushed each other, I'll click it again trying to get them to line it up.
So click on the next block over.
But then they move.
They move like not that far, and then they come back to their spot, don't they?
So if it's a different block, they don't ever do it. It's just when they're... Okay, I think that... Thank you. I think that just helped me answer it. When they're on their block, they're getting a path to somewhere and using it. So...
Right, because the very fact that they're all on the block means that they have to get off the block to go back on their block. So
something, yeah.
It's a matter of how far it's making it go before it resets and allows it to go back to that block.
What's that last parameter on this do?
I don't know. You're the guy that knows.
I'm not the guy that knows, unfortunately. That's why I'm asking the question. Update path uses whatever that's saved to again for the next one. Okay. This function uses it as its last parameter, which just passes it on to this one as its last parameter, which does that function there, and I'm assuming that's the parameter for that one. And that is taking the XYZ coordinates of that and doing what with it? Subtracting this position from it and adding them together. And that's what gets returned from this function. Or no, from this, the filter. Okay. Huh. I don't know about that one. I do know we're passing a value to it though, and we can change that value real easy. Change it to 1. I assumed it was like a stopping distance or something, but maybe it's not. Maybe it is. Yeah, they're stopping within 1 of it now. And they still run away. So we want that to 0. It's an integer. So we can't set it to a half or anything. Okay, so back to the right piece of code, which is not this, and it's right here. So that won't be null. We'll go and check arrived. It won't be null. It's going to do all that. It's going to return its actual result back of true, or false, I mean. Wait, we're on it, so it's going to return false in that case. It's going to set the destination to nothing. Can we do this? Let's do that. Bingo. That way, if we click on it 6 times, nothing happens. If they're at the spot they're supposed to be at, nothing happens. I think that's perfect. As a train goes by my house. So you can get them to line up better within, you know, the block itself, without them going running away. Cool. Now, does that affect enemies being around? Hope not. Hopefully they're not just like frozen in place. Oh, good. I kind of want to, like, go to archers next. I don't know what else to do with these guys. Like, yes, they'll need other commands, but I can't think of what they would be right now. Oh, wait. Let's do this. Let's summon a cow. Cow. Okay. And if I right click on him, nothing happens. So if we were to look at this item and go to its parent so we can get the right method, because I don't know what the right method is, and look for it's finished, player stopped using item interaction for entity. Okay, so we'll go back to our class and we will override this. Okay. We do not want to do any of the super stuff here. Instead, we want to get all of our entities that are selected, which we already know how to do from this above. So let's start working on that then. So, and not context player, we're going to say player in instead. Don't need this formation point set up. We're just going to find the players that are selected. So we can say player in world. So on the server, we won't get a size back from this. We won't get a formation at all. So we can do that. We do need to say the players get world. Okay, so we got all these selected units here, it looks like. World. Yep, okay. Yeah, terminate, fine. And we say UE dot target. Set attack target to the target. Ta-da. Start the game. Let's see if we can get these guys murdering cows. What? Where's my air at? Oh, it needs to return something. Okay, so it's boolean true. Handled it. Because if I can get this to work, then we've got a RTS. Basically. Very simplistic one. So I can spawn units at my base, walk over to an enemy base, right click on an enemy, and they all go attacking. Even though they're not within its range. What is their range for looking at stuff, by the way? Doesn't really said, is it? Huh. Speed, use long memory, true. Huh. Oh, follow range. 35. So it must be 35 blocks. Go into this world. One of these days I'm gonna have to read that error message and figure out why it keeps coming up in this world. It's super annoying. Okay. Our cow is gone. So I'm gonna select these two guys. Right click. They both move. Good, good. Let's get our cow out. Apparently the world's not saving. That's what the issue is. Yeah, they don't attack the cow. But if I right click the cow, they go murder his face. Awesome. Now, if I get a couple of my guys spawning in, and come all the way down here. Holy crap, this thing's still here. So I can't even see the guys over there, right? They're not doing anything. Do a green one. Start selecting them all. Oops. We're just gonna hope we select most of them. Not going to care if I don't get a few. And I'm not gonna click a block. I'm gonna click a specific guy. Him. They should be coming.
Why do you have so many end rods placed in this world?
I was testing out the formations, and it was
Oh, okay.
easier to do by placing a block initially. It's working. So now, what happens if I say attack this guy? They all leave him alone and go for that guy. That's a key feature of a RTS, and you know it is, Fiery. If that second guy I clicked on was a ranged unit, we could tell him to ignore the melee units and go right for the ranged units, or the high damage output guy, right?
Right.
Because we're telling them specifically, you are now targeting this entity. It also means that I could do this. They're all beating up on their own guy. Because I don't have any checks in it right now, but we can add some, see if it's on the same team or not. Yeah. So these are the columns of my legion. See. So I was testing out building how the formations should look. Because they don't line up in a straight line and then just start another line. They do this. If there's 4 of them, they line up like this. 3 in the front, 1 in the back. Then 5 wide. Then 4 in the front, 1 in the back, etc. It takes care of that even scenario, basically. I get enough of these guys selected. Oops. I'll move here, please. Oh, they despawned. I want to see how big of a group I can get selected and running back and forth and stuff. Oops. Okay, that's enough. No more, please. Oh, interesting. The most recently selected ones are the ones that are moving to the front. Or did I face the wrong way? That's a problem. Trying to change their direction, they all kind of want to go through each other to do it. Maybe turn them around or whatever. I don't know there's anything I can do about that when there's that many of them. Get really expensive CPU-wise to try and figure out a path individually for each one that avoids the paths of all the other ones that they're already trying to make. Versus just clicking a couple times fixes it. Face over here. Spawn a cow. Kill it. Really? Why are they not killing cow? No. What's no? Oh, that entity ID doesn't exist. Okay, so if UE is not equal, oh, must have despawned on me. Which could be a problem. Boys, he's over here now. He got away. I mean, when in Minecraft have you seen coordinated movement of 110 entities?
During our AW fight night, when the
right.
server almost nearly died. Because we had
All the
100
best
entities
stories.
moving at once.
All the pet stories start that way.
You know, if I have to, and I'm motivated enough to do it, there's no reason that those 100 entities couldn't be one entity, just spread out and rendered differently.
Well, are you seeing a performance hit with that many entities just on your local machine?
I have 130 FPS right now.
And there's no latency.
Oh no, I have no server too.
Yeah. Well, you can still get tick lag on a local server, can't you?
Can. Desyncs off, unlimited frame rate, particles are on, clouds off is the other thing that gets us a performance boost. Yeah. I'm looking at 115 of them moving around. It's fine. It's taking 10 milliseconds to do one tick right now, so this is approximately half of what the server could do. No, I'm sorry. 50 milliseconds is what we need to target, so we could do 5 times as many as this still. And it'd be fine. Which realistically, maybe Fire and I would do it, but realistically most people would attack before that. Or get stronger units instead of 100 small ones.
It just depends on whether you're going to invite Zach to play or not.
Nah, Gazer. Gazer's the one that'll ruin it.
Gazer would also do that. I mean, would help rest in peace. Would have done it too, but yeah, Gazer would swarm you.
Yeah. I already see it happening. Like, seriously.
Hey, maybe that's why nobody's ever done this in Minecraft. It lags out too bad. Oh my gosh, I led these guys into the chain of those. That's funny. Oh wait, and we can they're all individually targeting something, right? Everybody target that guy. Nice. They're all trying to go back to that spot. Here, this is your new home. Right here. Oh, they're still trying to form up on that point. It's funny. There's a way inside the profiler here. F3Q. Cycle spectator. Show this list, resource packs, pause. Play your chat. What's the one that shows you like more information, like a graph and stuff? Oh, shift is the pie chart. That's what I want. Okay, so the render is still taking up the majority of this. Okay, what about the other pie chart? 3. There we go. Yeah, hit it every time. Well, just bringing this up itself lowers my FPS, but that's kind of to be expected. It's drawn a lot. You can tell when one of the enemies spawns in because the tick rate slows. And then when there's none, it goes back down to this level set, and then they all trying to get him again. Maybe it's because they're colliding or something. Okay, I just got a message from my wife that supper will be ready in 10 minutes, so I guess I should stop streaming here now anyway. This has been fun and frustrating, but mostly fun. Maybe I'll come back later after dinner and we'll either add archers or some way for these guys to get better loot when they spawn initially. You know, armor and things like that. Or the other option is we can work on the block that mines the iron, the diamond, the whatever, right, from the world. And see if we can set up our currencies based on that. So, but until then, I can find the button.
Subscribe now.
And I'll see you guys later. Bye.